Hello, friends. Here we are, continuing that section of the discipleship in the new age, which is section 3. And it's so important. The 6 stages of discipleship, through which we must all pass if we have chosen the path of initiation. We're about to begin program number 17. We just finished 16, and he, Master DK, was talking about our points of tension and our points of extension. So he asks that we free ourselves from those minor preoccupations. I guess it depends on what he regards as minor. Probably many things that we regard as worthy of attention. But to free ourselves, because we have a true sense of spiritual values, free ourselves from those minor preoccupations which produce extension instead of tension. These preoccupations dilute our focused, immovable will, which is another way of describing the point of tension. And points of tension do open the doors to experiences which we have not yet really had, however much we may talk about them. Then he gives kind of a illustration here. This is all a little segue. If you are to give a very usual illustration, preoccupied with your physical condition, you will not experience the tension that will make you a magnetic center of power and of love. Energy follows thought, and we concentrate upon what we think is important, and it may block the way to the reception of other experiences which are far more important. If you are preoccupied with the failures of other people or with their ideas about you, you know, they say, what do they say? Let them say. I mean, that would be that would be the correct attitude, but often it's not. I think with the fourth ray, he has a interesting foible that he mentions, over concern with the speech of others. Since Mercury is involved, we can understand that. So we're concerned that other people are failing. And surely, in some measures, we are failing too. But instead, we project our own failures on them or imagine erroneously that if they fail, we must be succeeding, when it's just the opposite. If all succeed, all succeed. So if you're concerned about their failures, and who has not failed, and who has not sinned, and it may be simply a projection on your part anyway, you would find it of value. You will again fail to experience the tension which releases. Now, note that term. The tension which releases. When you first think of the idea of tension, it sounds like a grip upon things, and anything but a release. But it is so expulsive of secondary things that it releases us from them. And the new type of experience is allowed in. And surely we don't want to just talk about the tension which releases. We want to experience it. You would find it of value, he says, to discover where your extensions are, and then retreat inward to the point of tension, I mean, the one which for you is germane. Retreat inward to the point of tension, which you can consciously, from which you can consciously and effectively direct soul energy. Well, this is something obviously that has to be practiced. What else can we do but practice it? Until it becomes a well-cultivated spiritual habit. Now, our extensions can be in any one of the three personality vehicles. They can be related to circumstance and the distractions of ordinary circumstance. They can, of course, be a kind of glamorous astral resistance against the truth. And they can be a concrete mind which is filled with misinterpretations. The whole personality can even mobilize itself against the reception of that which a point of tension can reveal. In other words, the personality itself can function as an extension instead of in cooperation with that point of tension we call the soul. And it's going to take time and specific technique before we come around to developing the truly cooperative personality. Cooperative with the angel of the presence, which is trying to lead a dominating role or take a dominating role in this battle between the pairs of opposites. We really are members of the fourth and warring kingdom. And if our wars are not on the outer plane, such as we might expect Aries to promote, then they are even more significantly on the inner plane, which we would expect Scorpio to promote, as it's called, conflict with duality. Now, we have entered that stage of studying the 6 stages, or even 7 stages, which is stage number 3, accepted discipleship. And we finished on page 735. You know, I always have good intentions that somehow I will be able to continue later on after one of the Ask programs. But it takes time to get those out to you and or get them to the people who can get them out to you. And I'm often disappointed with myself that I have not managed to continue as I wish I could have done. But today is the 14th of June, and we're dealing with program 17. Now, going on, because that's basically what we're doing, and trying to remove our extensions, which means working from a point, whichever point that may be, of focused immovable will, the definition of a point of tension. And then he says, and it could make us feel a little bit crestfallen. You know how it is, you're standing on the crest and suddenly the truth hits you or is delivered to you, and you fall from the crest and you wake up sadder but wiser, and at least with the potential of taking the right path instead of deluding yourself. What good would that do? It would be a minor, temporary inflation, which all that time would keep you from doing what really served your true progress and the assistance you could give to others. So anyway, to realize about our energy leaks and drains, our extensions, this, he says, is the true esoteric work. The majority of disciples are not even 60% effective because their points of tension, that to which they attend usually, are scattered all over the personality and are not focused where the point of individual tension. Should be. So it kind of gives you a picture of incoherence, very far from the laser-like focus of the one-pointed disciple. It's like the many-pointed probationer. And basically, we want to be effective. So we don't want to be caught in this extents condition. Probably we would be surprised if it could be shown to us, or if we discovered where energy, which could be put to good use, is leaking away. Because of our extensions. The reason that disciples are not sensitive to the master, and it seems that so many disciples really want to be, to the life of the ashram and to each other, is that they are extended and not tense. They are working and living on the periphery of consciousness, the kind of consciousness that would take one really into the ashram, and not at the center, their own center. They are eccentric in that sense. So they hold the solution within themselves, and they are frustrated and bewildered as to why they cannot contact really the master and know what he requires of the ashram and, in a way, of them. But the fault lies with them themselves. Their service, therefore, is partial. Their consecration, it's a kind of spiritual dedication, their consecration is weak, and they are overwhelmed by inertia, by lack of interest in others, and by many preoccupations with the form side of life. Not a great picture of how it really is with us when we would rather choose to be effective and really, really helpful. Somehow we would choose that, wouldn't we? And instead, well, the condition is what the condition is. But better to face it. Better to face it, I think, than to imagine it is something else. So we go on. One more question might here be considered. Dealing with a phrase I have deliberately used several times. And the question, what is the distinction between love and the will to love? Well, we have discussed this to a degree. But obviously, the first is the goal, and the second is preliminary. We have an objective, and we try to reach it through the will to love, but are we filled with love for our fellow human beings and the various kingdoms of nature? That's a harder issue, and maybe, I'll certainly speak for myself. I am not as filled with love as I could be or should be. I know that. But, with the will to love, perhaps one can reach that. If we were to encounter the mind as it is in Christ and the wondrous love. There's a wonderful old Appalachian folk song. What wondrous love is this, O my soul, O my soul? What wondrous love is this, O my soul? And it's about the sacrifice of the Christ. Well, that's why the masters bend the knee to the Christ, because of his wondrous love. And how, it's just unbelievable. So this question, says Master Decay, is one which constantly is asked in the early stages of the path of discipleship. And even there are early stages in the path of accepted discipleship. Maybe it is asked there too. It is a most revealing question and is based on a sense of individual need and also of group need. It indicates also a penetrating analysis which has carried the questioner to the point where he knows the difference between theory plus effort, that would be the will to love, and a spontaneous demonstration of that which is. Oh, that's not what I want. Will to love and a spontaneous demonstration of the love of the soul. Because after all, we want the real thing. We don't want only the objective. There's more to it. We can spend a lot of time in the mind seeking the objective. And of course, we have to pass through that need. I mean, through that stage. But we also have to reach the reality. The early stages of discipleship. It is asked. Isn't it interesting that we can be revealed to the master, to the ashramic members, to the group gaze, as it is called, by the questions that we ask. The very question points to the degree of real penetration we have made, or may point to our earliness upon the path of discipleship. It may indicate a kind of superficiality of which we are still the prey. What are those burning questions which you would ask, which I would ask? The kind of intimacy that we will be achieving, ashramic intimacy, is so much beyond the pale of our normal mental considerations. It is such a felt experience. And, you know, it's the old menu and the meal. You're not going to eat the menu, are you? But it does indicate what is coming. The will to love involves the recognition of limitation in oneself, I suppose, and maybe in one's group. The recognition of desire and of the forcing of an issue and of intense aspiration, really, to love. It does not indicate the inflow of Shambhala energy through the medium of the soul, whose intrinsic nature is spontaneous love. And I guess that means whatever the ray may be, when we reach that soul state, we find its intrinsic nature is spontaneous love. What do we find in Shambhala? love eternal, light supernal, peaceful, silent will. So remember that the monad has its place upon the second subplane of the cosmic physical plane at whatever level. And the monad is filled with a certain type of second ray solar love. It's a combination of the first ray and the second ray. And the monad is going to have its influence appear within the soul, rather active at the first initiation, which begins to open the heart, the birth of the Christ consciousness in the heart. So let us remember something hard to remember, that there are 7 types of love expressed by the soul, but they are in the nature of spontaneous love. Now, of course, the second ray is the strongest ray when it comes to the general nature of the soul. But if we are soul centered and soul infused, this love will grow. And as I say in the beginning, we may have no real idea of what it is. It grows from within to without. It is intrinsic, inherent, much veiled by glamour and illusion and general chaotic etheric physical conditions, but it really is there. And it will spring up unexpectedly. Who knows exactly what induces it to appear? We have, of course, some techniques, and we apply them. But I think the coming forth of the true love of the soul is so different from the mental consideration of it that it always comes, or at least in the beginning, as a surprise. And with it disappears or begins to disappear the ill effects of the great heresy of separateness. There are many technical ways to explain that disappearance of separateness, but then there's nothing like really experiencing it. And of course, that experience is related to the biblical adage, be still and know that I am God. Where there is a determination to be loving, certain attitudes, either natural and belonging to a developed personality or forced through attention to soul behest, emerge. Now, this is maybe the usual state um, in the beginning. A certain fixity of will, I will be loving, and certain attitudes may be attractive, affectional, and maybe one is forcing this will upon oneself. The disciple knows that he lacks love because he is constantly finding himself isolated from and not identified with others. And think about this. In your own case. He is irritated by others. When that Martian vibration shows up, it does quite a number on what might otherwise be harmonious relations. He is critical of his brothers, either feeling superior to them or looking at them and saying, here they are wrong and I am right. Here they do not understand and I do. I know them, but they don't know me. I must be patient with them, etc., etc. And of course, other disciples may be saying the very same thing about us. Throughout this phase, the attitude is definitely that of the will to love, coupled to a deep realization of the handicaps to the expression of love presented by those others and also by one's own habits of thought. And maybe we can identify this with ourselves. I know how often I have said, here they are wrong and I am right. It just seems so natural to think of oneself and one's best thinking as if it is correct. But it might not be. And in any case, such an attitude is separative. So, do we as disciples know that in fact we lack love? Are we isolated from and not identified with others, yet alone as others, which is a further stage? And do we, as so many of the Bailey students are criticized apparently for doing, do we feel mentally superior to them or superior to them in some way? These are very habitual attitudes, especially if we are well studied over a long period of time and have a degree of advancement. But you can see how egocentric, in the lower sense, this attitude can be, and how it really, if we stay too long in the will to love and say, well, this is the end of it, we never get to the real thing, which, as I say, I think when it is deep and real, it comes as a surprise. Ah, so that is what is meant. The ah, by the way, in Steiner, is the sound associated with Venus, which for us is very much the planet of love. O for Jupiter, E for Mercury, U for Saturn, and so forth. If you really look at the roots of language, you can see that a language can be evolved which brings forth the astrological energies. Well, that would be a kind of mantric language. And of course, it does exist, but we're not in the position yet to appreciate it or to wield it. Well, anyway, DK says just what I said above, and I'm saying it because he said it. This is all a form of self-centeredness. Which somehow we have to end in the attitude of our consciousness. If we never learn to take our eyes off the little personal self, we're going to carry that self-centeredness forward into another life, incarnation, and have to deal with it then. So this is all a form of self-centeredness. And then the true way to love is to reflect and meditate deeply and constantly upon the significance and meaning of love, its origin, its expression through the soul, its qualities and goals and objectives. So I'm going to make this form of self-centeredness quite large, and then this golden sentence about learning the true way to love. It seems like something that we really have to ponder, is to reflect and meditate deeply and constantly upon the significance and meaning of love, its origin, its expression through the soul, and of course through many other points of tension related to man and also far transcending man. Its qualities, I think we can look at page 60 of, is it DINA II or is it, and it's not page 60, it's more like page 600. Its qualities, goals, and objectives. So I forget, is it DINA I or DINA II, but the qualities of the heart are definitely enumerated by Master DK. And we really learn what is the nature of love. I think a long way is still necessary. Now, here's a statement about how it usually is. Most of the reflection carried on by the aspirant is based upon his innate realization that he does not really love in the spontaneous, free way of the spirit. That's the monad being the origin of love. And when I say the monads, we can carry that all the way back to high points of tension, to the monadic plane, which is the second. And if there is an analogy that holds, heart centers are found on the second subplane. So since the monad is found on the second subplane, it holds its place where heart centers hold their place, and so must be related to the heart and to love. The disciple, therefore, is thrown back on a self-centered position in which he feels, now I am loving, Now I am not loving. Now I must try and love. Yet all the time, none of these attitudes is really true love, nor is their result a loving expression, because the disciple is identified with himself, his body, his vehicles, and focused in the personality. This is such a good paragraph, isn't it? Love is never worked up, if I might so put it, in the lower nature, but it is a free, unimpeded inflow from the higher. So here is what usually passes for love. It is a big effort to become truly loving. And therein lies the difference between the likeness and the reality of that likeness. The reality is the love. The likeness of that reality is the will to love. But let me see. I think yeah, well, it's a lifelong process to reflect and meditate deeply and constantly on the significance and meaning of love. And it is the way to understand that meaning profoundly. Now, probably we could take a little time and I could share some thoughts, but the idea here is that you will reflect from within your own consciousness about the meaning of love, its origin, its expression through the soul, its qualities, goals, and objectives. It's a tall order. I will just say, that when any universe began through the process of self-perception to undergo numeration and to begin to divide into parts and pieces, the need for those separate, apparently separate, emanations, the need for them to come back together exists. And that need for re-amalgamation of the various parts and pieces which reduced self-perception has put before the eye of the universal logos demands love to put it back all together. So try to see what your objectives may be. Try to see whether, in your case, most of the reflection, not doing too well here. I'm trying to I'm trying to get the word most, but it's not cooperating with me very much. We'll see. Well, no, it's not. Well, there it goes. So no matter what we learn with the mind, and it is an abundance of potential learning from so brilliant and inclusive a master as Master DK, this quest for the loving mind as it is in Christ is our real objective. And Master DK, I think, would not say any different. Because we have a planetary logos with a second ray soul. And our task is somehow, individually and in our group, to reflect that second ray soul. This whole question of how to learn, how to love. I'm remembering there was a psychologist. They ended up nicknaming him maybe 40 years ago, Dr. Hug. His name was Leo, I think Leo, which would fit with the second ray fire sign, Leo Buscaglia. And he was deeply into the love aspect and expressed this physically. Now it can be expressed that way, but Master DK is profoundly into the love aspect. The theme of right human relations is the theme of his externalizing ashram, one of 5 such initially. So the love is very, very strong. We don't want to be thrown back in the attitude which emphasizes the subject and not union with the object. How can we do it? That's the key. Okay, now. So basically, this too is in the red because it emphasizes a very important point that about love, and we have to absorb that if we possibly can. Yet all the time, none of these attitudes is really true love, nor is their result a loving expression, because the disciple is identified with himself and focused in the personality. Well, this kind of distinction is paramount for us. And then comes the sentence, which is summary. Love is never worked up, if I might put it so, in the lower nature. It is a free, unimpeded inflow from the higher. Well, it's critical that we learn this distinction between love and the will to love, between the fact that we still have so much to do to bring about the state of love in our psyche, and compare that with those rare moments, perhaps rare at first, when we are surprised by the amazing power of true love, the mind as it is in Christ, the loving mind, and in a way, the Venus mind, or beyond the mind. Venus has the sixth ray monad, and finally, I believe, the seventh ray, sixth ray monad. So he's doing a lot with love here. Love is spontaneous and carries ever the free spirit of the Christ. I would suggest that there has never been a better description of the nature of love than that given by the initiate Paul, even though the translation of the words is faulty at times. Well, let's get that first sentence somehow. And then we'll see what Paul has to say, because he may be a fifth ray submonad. His final monad, one of the three, may be first ray. It seems that it is, but somehow in his soul nature, the sixth ray and the second ray and the Buddhic connection were working very strongly. So I would suggest, he says, that there has never been a better description of the nature of love than that given by the initiate, Paul. Now, this means after he was a third-degree initiate, because in the beginning, on the road to Damascus, so charged up with persecutory intent, he was not yet completely the third degree. Study those passages in the New Testament in which he defines love. Give up emphasizing the will to love and emphasize in your own consciousness the need of others for understanding, compassion, interest, and help. It does seem here that he is helping us cultivate real love. When you think of others and their need for understanding with all of its implications, compassion because of what they have passed through, and you have passed through the same, interest, so that they are not neglected and not consigned to some place out of the sphere as being of no concern to you, and just general help. Everybody needs help. It's the whole chain of hierarchy indicating, really, that everybody needs help. So DK is advising us, go to the New Testament and study the words of Paul, especially regarding love. Now, of course, he did put his own slant on Christianity, and it was not maybe entirely pure. Maybe it was overly complicated in terms of the Jewish law of the times. The disquisitions were many, and much of Christianity today exists as it does exist because of the impress of Paul. Well, even the great ones can somehow bend to their own perspective the greater insights of even greater ones. I guess if the Christ were to have written down the messages he had, they would not have been so binding as the writings of St. Paul or Paul. The usual loneliness of all disciples is frequently incidental to the fact of self-centeredness, the self-centeredness of all those whom they contact, and the intense preoccupation of the neophyte with his own growth. The cry of the neophyte is, tell me, then I will change. I will accept anything that is said, but tell me. Okay? Is that our cry? Are we eager to be told at least that? So we will change? I think maybe I should be having this in the yellow. Or maybe, maybe in the green. It will take a moment. Sorry for these delays. But there it is. It's an early stage. It's a stage of dependency. Tell me, teacher, and I will change. Seems natural enough. I know I often feel that way, and I feel that when the teacher is writing, he is indeed telling me, and then it's up to me, will I change? Because I must, and so must you, and so must we all, and so must every emanative reduction of wholeness. As far as any universe goes, the universal logos is wholeness, and all the many emanations are reduced self-perceptions. So all of them have to change until they have returned to that state of being entirely the universal logos and knowing it. We're not there yet by a long way. The cry of the disciple is, I'm recognizing so many things, you know, from studies in the arcane school, the kinds of sentences that were emphasized. The cry of the disciple is, aid the work, forget yourself. The world needs you. Now let's see. Aid the work. The work is world work. The work applies to the elevation of all human beings. Forget your little self. Now, the real self is something that the Buddha said to remember. But the real self is not this little emanated self that comes from reduced universal logoic self-perception. So if you want to just continue to deal with the limitation that comes from universal logoic apparent self-division, you can, but then you're not really forgetting yourself and your own constant consideration of your little personal or even individual self is preventing you from being the true disciple with heart aflame with real love, serving the whole, serving the world, and not worried about the condition of your little self. Interesting that he uses the word cry. It seems to suggest something going forth from the solar plexus and the throat center. And a cry can reach a long way and can perhaps influence many. This is Master DK's long experience speaking. So many disciples are still shut up within themselves, hidden behind the wall of the personal self, and little true outgoing love is present. He wants outgoing love. It has to be expressed until they break through and truly love, and not just express the will to love, their usefulness is impaired. So I guess we really are given the scoop on this. This is the real story. The will to love, desirable in its own way, must at length be transformed into true love. And it's worth remembering this cry of the disciple. It's so mantric, isn't it? Aid the work. forget yourself in your aid of the work, sometimes difficult to do when we are rather self-centered and individual or individualistic. The world needs you. Now, a lot of us have felt, at times, every one of us, I'm sure, a little futile. And as the old saying goes, to see how much you will be missed, put your finger in a cup of water, withdraw the finger and notice the hole that has been made by your withdrawn finger. It doesn't exist, and nature abhors a vacuum. So, what difference? If we help or not help someone else, will help someone, always someone better than I am will help. But if we were to extend that attitude, even the great ones like the planetary logos, the solar logos, would be looking for some life better than I am to do the helping. And the result would be help would not be given as it could be given. The result would be futility. You kind of wonder how Master DK just persists with all this advice through Alice Bailey. He really sees clearly. And although his is not the same task as that of the Christ, which is a huge task, nevertheless, the Master's task is appreciable. And on his own level, he too must look on with a level of horror. As DK says, the Christ looks on when he contemplates the 2,000 plus years that he has to really help to regenerate humanity. So the Master too, in a somewhat smaller way, has to regenerate those for whom he has taken responsibility. And, these sentences, one after another, are of such vital import. And if we really want to help the Master's progress, help his assignment become reality, and of course, in the process, somehow help ourselves be better service, we've got to break through into true love. Now, love is not always saying sugary, candied things. If you go to a surgeon and he discovers there's something really wrong, and he says, "Oh, don't worry about it. Everything's fine. You'll go away and you'll die." The surgeon has to be truthful with you, has to say the thing that maybe you don't want to hear. In order to be really loving, harmless and loving, an adjusted sense of proportion, a completed point of view, and divine understanding. Sometimes we call this tough love. You don't want a physician, whether of the body or the astral body or the mind, to be false with you, just to give you a temporary sense of security and relief through statements that are inaccurate but pleasant. We don't really want that. And of course, when we are responsible as mentors and guides for others, we have to remember this, but it's not easy to find the way to speak. I saw a beautiful America's Got Talent show, and there was this lovely woman with a beautiful voice, and she was apparently dying of cancer. But, you know, her attitude was so incredibly positive, and they gave her a 2% chance to get through it, survive it. And her attitude was, well, 2% is not 0%. So she somehow maintained this positivity, even in the face of very dire circumstances. We want to be leveled with. We want the truth to come to us. Now, of course, the best truth will come from within ourselves, or maybe I could call it the truest truth, or from the master who will deliver the truth. Interesting that DK said, I will under all circumstances speak directly to you. And I will not, well, he didn't say I will not pull punches, but that is what he meant. And yet when he actually got into the situation, you could see he was speaking directly, but it was modified in a manner that would have impact and truth value, but still would not be so frank as to run the risk of destroying hope. That's where we have to be really careful. As Master K.H. learned long ago, we are told that he was very frank with a student, and that student went out and committed suicide. So it modified Master K.H.'s approach forever after. But we do want the truth. Now we have, he goes on and says, we have considered briefly the stage of little Chelaship around the first initiation, and that of Chela in the light, somewhere before the stage of accepted discipleship, these stages lie behind quite a large number of human beings today. They know what they're doing, and they're working in the light, and they're ready to move on to a higher point of tension. It is necessary, however, to revive the effect of these two experiences. And the need to do so lies behind much of the work done by disciples and teachers at this time. Because they do have their value, and what is to be accomplished in these two earlier stages, probationary to accepted discipleship, there's a significant need there. Many other people, now when we use the indefinite many, we don't know exactly the numbers that Master DK is talking about. Did he somewhere say that there were 104 accepted disciples working in a certain way when he was writing a treatise on white magic? That's not very many, is it? It's got to have increased dramatically. So many other people are today passing through accepted discipleship. Now, do you know whether you are passing through that stage? And how would you know? Of course, he's given us the some of the indications, the dream experience, and the use of a thought form of the master, or maybe a symbolic teaching, use of a thought form, and then let's see, what's number 4? Number 5 is the interview in the master's ashram. And I think, well, just look up number 4. I will. Oh, it's hard to forget. Oh yeah, a direct contact with the master in meditation, but then it goes even further with this actual interview with the master. And you will know if you have had any of those, and what the implications are when you have had one or other of those experiences. The keynote of that stage of accepted discipleship, yes, is, as you know, well, we should know by now, right? The establishing of contact with the master instead of with the supervising, guiding disciple, though that may be helpful. It is primarily and technically the task of the master to evoke the direct response and conscious reaction of the disciple. So the master is taking over a big responsibility. Along with these reactions, the master looks for an effort on the part of the disciple to be impersonal in his dealings. Now, it may be, that the Antikarana building has already begun, and that is the pathway into the impersonal world. The master looks for an effort on the part of the disciple to be impersonal in his dealings. That will make of him a more successful, accepted disciple. And impersonality, both with him, the master, and with the disciples, co-disciples. Impersonality, another resounding sentence. Impersonality is the first step upon the road to spiritual love and understanding. We might not expect it to be so. The effort of most sincere disciples is usually concentrated upon loving each other, and in this, to use an old simile, they put the cart before the horse. Well, the cart cannot draw the horse. It's got to be the other way around. Their effort should be to achieve, first of all, impersonality in their dealings for when that has been achieved, criticism dies out and love can pour in. So I guess we really have to know what impersonality is. It's, as he tells us, it's not that cold impersonality, the kind of not caring about you that can come in with the first ray, or maybe with the sixth ray if you happen to be outside the specific narrow range interests of the sixth ray individual. Impersonality is the first step upon the road to spiritual understanding. Think about that for a moment. Now, obviously, a pretty quick moment, right? Obviously, the larger picture will come into play, because the greater the perspective and the more inclusive, the easier it is to be impersonal. With one's fellow disciples. We have to pull back, see the big picture, examine without emotional reaction the condition of the individual we might seek to help. See the individual in the large context, almost scientifically, as it were. And then spiritual love and understanding are freer to develop. Have we tested that out? Just look at anybody in your imagination, maybe someone close to you, and say, well, how do I feel about this person? Do I love them? Could I love them more? All that. And then try to see them in a larger context as part of the whole. And don't you feel the difference when you try to do that? Suddenly, the scope of the inquiry broadens out and it deepens. It's not just, do I love or do I not love sufficiently this one or that one? So this is an unexpected statement in a way, because he's told us that we have to learn to love. So he's also told us that we ponder on it, and a number of other things that we approach with understanding and compassion and interest, and then we help. But is it possible to do that in an impersonal way? I think so. You just widen and deepen your point of view, and the individual becomes someone not directly related to you, but becomes part of the whole. And you begin to understand that person or that individual within the context of the whole. The master also looks for an effort on the part of his disciples to work on a larger and more generous scale in connection with his work in the world of men. He leaves them free to work as they may choose, but he most certainly looks for the effort to take place along the lines of the specific activities which constitute his intention. Well, the master has certain service activities. We're focusing here on Master DK, and the triangles is something profoundly important to him and to the whole hierarchy, and the work of world goodwill is another of the foundational service activities. And of course, the training of disciples, that's been something he's been doing. And it's something that we, as we take on mentorships, or they call them secretarial positions in the arcane school. That's all an important part of what he is promoting, but maybe that somewhat goes in the ashram in general of Master K.H. But the training of disciples, yes, there's something coming out of his ashram along that line. So he wants us to work in a larger way. Now, many of us don't. We may work a little bit at what we're interested in, but it may be, after all, fairly narrow. Still, a little is better than nothing. They are free, but when they take up the work of triangles or world goodwill or the helping to train others for discipleship, naturally a lower grade than that at which they find themselves, then indeed they are helping. And the master looks for that. He assesses carefully. He sees what we think, what we write, not word for word necessarily, but as he described it at one point, a symbol of what we're doing appears before the eyes, and on the basis of that symbol, he is able to grasp what it is we are really doing. To achieve this vital and strenuous effort, the Buddha asked that we be strenuous. There must be the ability to focus on the work. Forget yourself. Concentrate on the work. The world needs you. I'm paraphrasing a little. There must be the ability to focus upon the work and its needs, and to develop the power to cooperate with those also engaged in similar work. And this again involves impersonality and right focus. We certainly don't want to descend into glamour-producing criticism with regard to our co-workers, and yet I'm sure we all have. The master is today looking for dedication to the needs of humanity in these days, I guess the 1930s here, of human agony. And this involves a sensitivity to world pain as it demonstrates day to day in world affairs. Well, okay, let's impersonality and right focus. Yes. And then dedication to the needs of humanity in these days of human agony. And if we look back, and maybe some of us have been even through that, it was agonizing for so many, so cruel, so inspired or induced by the forces of materialism and the Black Lodge, basically. So they were days of human agony. You just look at even some of the documentaries and they are horrifying. I guess maybe every war has its horrifying aspects, but this was a particularly calculated attack by the forces of materialism. So the master is looking, he's on the outlook. They look for Blavatsky this way, you know, to find her and to utilize her previously cultivated abilities as Cagliostro and who knows who else. Was it Paracelsus as well? Days of human agony. This involves a sensitivity to world pain. From day to day, as it demonstrates from day to day in world affairs, and as it is today demonstrating. It requires also a divine indifference to outer events in the life of the little self, and a sense of proportion, which enables the disciple to see his little personal affairs. Now, first of all, they've shrunken compared to how we usually see them, physical, emotional, mental, in terms of the whole, yes. So again, we arrive at impersonality, this time impersonality to a man's own reactions. Those reactions will come. Any of us who have passed through difficulty, guess we all have, agony even, maybe we all have, we have to have a divine indifference to these reactions. And that's not easy to cultivate because basically we are individualistic and we are rather identified with the personal self, if the truth be known. So going on, the master has therefore necessarily to ask himself whether the expenditure of time and energy which he gives to the members of his group or ashram is rightly warranted, and whether as a result the group has quickened for increased service and is more closely knit together in the bonds of ashramic fellowship and is decentralized and less a group of dedicated personalities and more a group of living souls. Well, this is a key question, and I think Master DK was faced with this particular question in 1939 and 1940. He was experimenting, helping to evolve a number of groups of 9 who were, or which were, seed groups in the various areas. He got so far as to complete the personnel within the first 4 groups. A telepathic group, the observers of reality, or we sometimes call it the glamour group, the healing group, which offered a kind of healing not only of a strictly physical nature, but also psychological healing, and even in some cases, mental healing. And then the group which was to develop education in the new age. And little books were written for some of these, or at least the instructions were gathered together in books: Telepathy and the Etheric Vehicle, Glamour, a World Problem. Of course, monumental work was done in the healing area, and then Education in a New Age. And I think he got as far as bringing together the possibility of 3 disciples in group number 5, the political group. And then he had to ask himself this question, because the efforts to produce a great flood surge of goodwill throughout the world had not had the results hoped for. The war was imminent. Germany was annexing Austria, invading Poland. I guess that was it, because it pulled in the countries that had pacts with Poland, such as the United Kingdom or Great Britain. The war was on. Was it then profitable to continue working with these groups of 9, or was some kind of reorganization required? And so the new seed group of 24 was created, and some of the individuals in the earlier groups, as I said, were not intaken into that group of 24, all of whom were going to be considered accepted disciples. Because, as stated, these others who were not inducted into the group had reached their high water mark. So it must have been quite a decision, but in view of what the master's responsibilities were with respect to the war, probably there was no real choice. It had to be done. There was a section of the war when Master DK, in his writings to the students, seemed to disappear for about 2 years. One can only imagine the demands which were upon him. Of course, he gave people work to do. You know, as Master Moria said, if you tear down a temple, do not leave the place where the temple was without some substitute for it, some new effort. So they had enough to keep them going, but probably you and I will not soon know the demands upon hierarchy during the earlier stages of the war, when all at a certain point seemed lost. And this was before the turning of the sun northward in the year 1942. And then something different had happened, and the Lords of Liberation had entered the fray, and humanity did not go down to defeat. That's one of the more dramatic episodes or events in the discussion of that war. We will not know until we ourselves are within the ashram, not just peripheral to it, but within the ashram. And then maybe some shocking realization of what really went on will dawn upon us. So in our groups, we ask, have we achieved these things? Are our groups quickened for service because of work with Master DK? Is the group more closely knit together in the bonds of ashramic fellowship? And is it decentralized, thinking our group, you know, all that, instead of the larger picture? And is it filled with a bunch of, you know, dedicated personalities rather than a true group of living souls? I guess we still have a ways to go. This whole section is pretty much on impersonality. It seems that to go through the stage of accepted discipleship, this quality, this impersonality, is one of the requirements. So just try to see the picture big and deep and not so interactively personal. Try to see from a larger perspective, as if your actual point of view were the soul. Or even the spiritual triad. And then those who are familiar to us in other ways, more personal ways, we'll undergo in our eyes a change of aspect. Who is this person in the larger context? That's the key, in the larger context. Not this is my son, my daughter, my wife, my mother, my father, what no. Yes, but no. Who is this soul in the larger context? And then immediately a truer light begins to shine. Revealing who we are really dealing with. And the familial intimacy, which of course is good in its own way, gives way also to ashramic intimacy, or to a larger view of the quality of the person that we are assessing, even as we are assessed. It will be a change in a point of view. So there's lots here on impersonality. Impersonality has also to be developed in connection with the master himself. This is about whether we accept the truth. He is not occupied with making his group of disciples satisfied with themselves, their status, or their service. Remember the good words of mediocre cheer, which came from that, it turns out, quite a destructive thought form of Master DK. At least two succumbed to it quite badly. LTSK and IBS succumbed and damaged themselves badly, and to a certain extent, the group. So Master DK had to be called in for protective work and basically repair work. But if we think that our master is always going to be patting ourselves on the back, he has no time for such things. It would promote in us extension instead of intensity. And can we take it? Some of the disciples could not. They were personally offended. Maybe Master DK did not understand them, or they had been looking only at certain aspects of their work, and Master DK was bringing in other aspects, perhaps which they had not thought about. Some cases were worse than others, but in any case, it was not easy to live under the gaze of the master, who, as it says here, He frequently lays the emphasis in his few and rare contacts with his disciples upon their failures and limitations. He does not only give them a steady flow of teaching and increased opportunity to serve. His work is primarily to help them detach from the form aspects of life, easily spoken and mentally understood, but painfully gone through. His work is primarily to help them detach themselves from the form aspect of life and fit them to undergo certain great expansions of consciousness. This is what we mean by really training the disciple. He assumes the factual nature of their dedication and desire to serve. I mean, they couldn't have approached that close to him. He wouldn't have accepted them if he didn't have that basic orientation from them, dedication and desire to serve. This he has shown by receiving them into his group of disciples. In other words, as a criterion for acceptance. When he did that, he assumed also, he took on even more. Burden me still more, says Master Moria. When he did that, he assumed also the responsibility of preparing them for initiation, toward which every true disciple is tending. We have to know what is the probable initiation ahead and why we think so. So we don't delude ourselves and voluntarily or involuntarily deceive others. It is no part of a master's duties to pat disciples upon the back or to congratulate them upon work done and progress made, as I refer to it as the attaboy attitude. He has instead the task of watching closely their note or vibration and of indicating where changes must be made in attitude. That's more an astral thing, maybe, karma, manasic, and expression, more outward, where intensification of the spiritual life is in order, and where personality adjustments could lead to greater freedom and therefore more effective service. This is we've got to take this, If we expect something else from the master and are constantly dependent upon his approbation. My wonderful uncle, I don't think I was more than 10 or 11 years old, taught me a lesson about successful work with people up to a point. And he said, be hearty in your praise lavish in your praise, and hearty, there's the important word, in your approbation. Well, you know, you don't want to become an insincere flatterer. But at the same time, people do go through a stage where they need encouragement. And you do acknowledge what they've done, and you signal your approval. Okay, up to a point. And I learned that lesson, and I had no idea at the time how it would apply to me, because I was very young. On the other hand, when we reach this stage of accepted discipleship, we can expect an occasional commendation, occasional, when it might do some good. But it's much more likely to receive the corrective word from the master, because that doesn't waste time. That gets right into it. That allows you, if you take it seriously, to make more progress than attaboy, you know. That's the way. Attaboy, attagirl, you know. More pleasant for the little ego, but not really an expression of the love which will release. Well, this whole thing about impersonality and what we expect of the master, it has to be taken seriously, because the day will come, even if that day is not quite here yet, when contact with the master will be factual. His work is, he does not only give them, he does give some, he does not only give them a steady flow of teaching and increased opportunity to serve. His work is primarily to help them detach themselves from the form aspect of life and to fit them to undergo the next expansion of consciousness. How else would we say that he is really expressing his love? It's tough for the personality to accept the lovingness of tough love. And of course, the tough love that DK gave, I think, was more than occasionally modified by Alice Bailey, who, being closer to the members of the group in some external way, might say, oh, you can't say that. And I think DK did modify, to a degree, the intended frankness which he had intended. But still, he got his point across. Yes, it was in a way, a wonderful thing to be under his direct tutelage, and for a number of us, depending on our sincerity and his time of externalization, this will come. I just thought of it. We really don't know right now whether he will be gathering further groups of disciples or the reincarnated aspects of those he had before. He certainly is going to offer the teaching, but will he also offer to some personal instruction? Well, I guess if we're too eager about that, it's just another sign of our self-centeredness. But whatever is required to take your eyes off yourself, aid the work, the world needs you, whatever best fulfills that little triple mantra will be done. We are just now, my friends, heating up to our first possible intensive ashramic opportunities. And preserving a degree of selflessness in all these opportunities becomes indispensable. And we will realize it, I believe, in more than a mental way as we go along. So his task, watching closely the note of his students or their vibration. Does it help the group, slow the group down? Does it disrupt? Does it harmonize? What does it do? And of indicating where changes must be made in attitude and expression. We have to be ready to accept those suggestions where intensification of the spiritual life is in order. He talked about a disciple who was a fairly satisfactory disciple, but going along, apportioning a little bit of time to the spiritual work and other time to just more casual life experience. But he says, you're not the disciple as you could be, with heart aflame and giving all you can to the work. That kind of decision lies before us. So we all have these personality adjustments, which could lead to greater freedom and to more effective service. And I think even in these days when Master DK is not writing letters as he did before through AAB, we've got to be a little bit aware of where those areas of personality adjustment might be. There are so many ways to adjust the personality, to make of it not a rebel. That's Mars, right? Mars is the rebel, and Mars, well, so is the Earth in a way. The attitude of rebellion, but that's in a different sense. Mars may be active in inclining us to not to obey the inner impulses of the soul. We have to detect those tendencies. We all have them. We know that suspicion, self-pity, criticism, these all induce glamour. We know that, well, there's so many things. Rigidity of thought prevents a real, more exalted point of view. We know many things. Have we applied them to ourselves? You know, I have a bad personality tendency. I think negatively before I think positively. I think that something can't be done before I realize later that it can be done. And I waste a lot of time with the idea that why are we bothering with this? It just can't be done. So that negativity is slowing me down, right? And a personality, a can-do attitude is required without going through the phase of no, 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 no. Even when the thing is a good thing. It's like true confessions here. I remember my aunt and uncle taking me to the National Music Camp when I was 9 years old. We were up in that area of Michigan where that wonderful camp promoting the arts, which I was in, the arts, could be found. And I, at the age of 9, ducked down in the car and refused to look at a single thing. I don't know why. But within a couple of years, I began a 6-year straight attendance at that camp, which in a way saved my spiritual life and artistic life. I rejected before I accepted. And my daughter, she went there for many years. It's been a tradition in the family. And it all began with me saying, I don't want anything to do with this for no good reason. Now, maybe you have some things like that in your life where there are potentials, but some streak of negativity exists in you, and you go through a phase where you reject the very thing that is so needed in your life. And I can tell you, it was needed in my life. So, you know, when you look at sometimes the bizarre behavior of people, whether they're young or whether they're carrying that into a later time, you just have to wonder, what is it that comes over people where they defeat prematurely their own best welfare? There's something perverse. The psychology of the rebel I was mentioning, it, of course, Mars is very much the combatant and being the personality, the rebel against the soul. But we're also told that our Earth logos has the psychology of rebellion, because the solar logos would not relieve him of his task of serving in a place which did not give him full scope for his light and his power and his love. He had to struggle, and hence the psychology of the rebel. He liked it not, says the old commentary. Now, going on a little bit, changes must be made. If we're in this field of esotericism and we think we're just here to learn and learn and learn and endlessly learn and learn and learn without applying the learning to positive change, we are victims of a great misconception. So if this process, when applied by the master, him, evokes resentment and disappointment on their part, then the indication is that they are steeped in personal reactions. So you have to ask yourself, how do you respond when you're told the truth? We're told the truth hurts. We're told the truth will set you free. We're told that the ashram must produce truth along with the beautiful and the good. But personally, how do we respond, or do we respond, in fact, personally? And maybe if we examine it, we shall find that we are not devoid of personal response. Another thing which disciples are apt to forget is that the master has to protect the larger ashram as a whole from the reaction of those who are learning to work in smaller supervised groups and in cooperation with their more experienced brothers. Well, sounds like, when we come in, we're going to make mistakes. And that as a result of our condition, we may make mistakes that are going to hinder the work of the ashram as a whole. We don't want to do that, of course, but we almost can't help it because of our limitations, many of which we're not initially aware of. So the master has protective work that he has to do. It's like a family. One or two may be having trouble, but you have to think about the welfare of the family as a whole, even though the needs of the one or two have to be tended to. So it's a delicate balance. This sense of proportion, this sense of harmlessness with which the master works, Now, some things that may be familiar to us, sometimes disciples become discouraged from a natural morbidness. There are two great instincts, says Freud, picking up, I think, on an important truth. Eros, love, life, and thanatos, death and disintegration. So, to a certain extent, this morbidity may be built into us. And these days, when we're examining the condition of people susceptible to the COVID virus, the disease experts talk about comorbidities, diseases which parallel the main threat disease being considered and caused by the coronavirus, a comorbidity. So disciples become discouraged. Well, maybe it's happening fairly frequently. From why? Why do they become discouraged? From a natural morbidness, self-centeredness, because the ashram is never going to be the place for the satisfaction of the little personal self. Lethargy, caused by many factors, but an inadequate transmission of vitality from the higher to the lower, and sometimes good intentions, and endeavor to resign from the ashram or group. Well, maybe we can recognize something of ourselves here. I certainly can. And, you know, good intentions is like the aspiration, the veil of aspiration found on the highest etheric level. And that aspiration tends to lead to what takes us away from our service. Aspiration for something other than has been truly presented to us. And so they endeavor to resign from the ashram or group as if they were like a normal job, a business. Oh, I don't like this. It's not all I thought. I resign. No, there's something built into the true nature of the individual, which is meant to draw him or her upward along a certain line, and you cannot resign. Well, at least, you know, you can go through the motions on the path of return. So if DK tells us about resignation from the ashram or group, this they can only do exoterically For the esoteric link always persists, though it may be temporarily negated in the need of the larger group to protect itself from some unit in its midst. There were some people that DK had to temporarily, in a way, disqualify from further participation in the new tasks, as I said, regarding the seed group of 24, the new reorganized seed group, as it was called, and also a group of 14 meeting in New York at the time of the full moon with Alice Bailey. I mean, not everybody got into that group. First of all, I think you had to be able to attend the meetings in person in New York City. So that would have been, we didn't have planes flying in and out like we do now. So the esoteric link will persist no matter how many twists and turns the disciple goes through in order to relieve himself or herself of the responsibility which seems too exacting or too onerous. The members of an ashram, DK goes on, and accepted disciples who can be members of an ashram up to a certain point, are always engaged in world work, and effectively so. And our capacity to impact many different people and places upon the globe has certainly expanded in a way unforeseeable at that time, at least unforeseeable by certain, by the individuals. Newcomers and beginners have to be trained to participate in that work, world work, and ample scope is always provided to that end. I think there's nothing miraculous, but of course something wonderful about this whole process of training and how clearly it's being set forth for us and how necessary it is for us to have some kind of clear idea about the point in training that we presently occupy or are passing through. We need clarity on our discipleship. Certain periods come when disciples have to be faced with clear and definite questions, in the answering of which they discover themselves and the scope and fruitfulness of their demanded service. And then he's going to ask us to consider some of those kinds of questions, upon which, of course, we may find it necessary to deliberate a fairly long time. A glib and off the top of the head answer, the unexamined answer, is not really worth it, nor is it especially orienting for the answerer, the one who responds. So here are some questions. And as we go along, although I realize we can't spend all day and all night doing this, looks like I'm in the middle of one of the longer programs here. We can ponder these things. These are points of evaluation. And in a way, every year at the new year, we have an evaluation, a self-induced evaluation. Who knows, well, twice a year, we're told that the supervising, guiding Chela of the Chela in the light reports to the master about our progress. But if we really do plant a seed at the new moon, then we can question at the end of every month how successful we have been in nurturing that seed. Of course, sometimes it can be the same seed, the same, well, is it species, or I'll just say type of seed. So maybe any normal employer would ask some questions similar to this, but the hierarchy is no normal employer. How effective is my work in relation to my sphere of activity? We have to have a sphere of activity. We can't be everywhere and do everything, even though philosophically that may be strangely true. But the rest of us have a sphere of activity, and we're responsible for promoting certain positive changes within that sphere. Am I effective? The second question: how effective is my thinking and planning in relation to what may lie ahead in the immediate future? Sometimes it's difficult to connect point A with B with C, and our activities become a bit isolated and episodic. We have an instance of this today in connection with the plans for a post-war world and the need for intelligent and spiritual reconstruction activity. Did this enter the problems of humanity? He talked about the psychological rehabilitation of the nations. When he's talking about reconstruction, he might as well be talking about the forces of Gemini, because Gemini brings in the forces of construction, maybe reconstruction. And Taurus brings in the spiritual light, the forces of spiritual light. And Aries, there's kind of a restitution of the divine plan. There's a restoration of the plan. So am I selfless enough, group-centered enough, nationally centered enough to actually be able to help with the reconstruction? We may think that all of that has now been done, and in many places materially it has been done. I mean, if you go to Japan, it looks restored, the forces of restoration. If you do the same with Germany, indeed it is restored. Of course, there are always these bombed out sectors. I think just to keep the image before the eyes of humanity. I have a friend who used to play at an early age in such sites in London which were bombed out, but in which there were also unexploded bombs about which one had to be very careful. So am I thinking ahead? Am I planning ahead with faith that my thoughts and plans, asked in the name of the Christ, can and will inevitably materialize whatsoever is asked in my name, and with faith in the response, we'll see it accomplished. So, to what extent do we see the future world? I'll read these out, but we will, consider them as we go. What results can I recognize as the fruit of my work? Well, without exaggeration, without minimization, how is the world and the humanity I can contact or have contact, how are they improved by the work I have done? I know for myself, if I say that because of my efforts, more people are seriously studying the ageless wisdom, then I think something of value has occurred, and a certain fruitfulness is the result of the last, well, let me say, some 35, even 36 years of work going on. What results can I recognize? Oh, I think I just did that one. I'm sorry. Do I feel that my work has been satisfactory from the standpoint of my soul and incidentally of my master? Maybe you can say yes. I can never venture so far as to say yes. Not really. And I know ways that it could have been better or more satisfactory, and probably you do too, with regard to your own work. The Tibetan tells us that the initiate knows that however much he does, it's not really enough, and something lies awaiting for him to improve. So the answer would be what else? These are some questions, aren't they? And they, would require serious contemplation and maybe discussion with one's group of co-disciples. Have I worked with impersonality in relation to my fellow disciples and co-workers, no matter what their status? It will take time. To develop the proper attitude. And there at the end is an invitation not to belittle, not to criticize, not to feel superior. If one begins to feel superior, one can begin to look at certain points of tension far above and beyond what we are. These points of tension are really incredibly deep and vast human beings, or heavenly man, or solar man, or cosmic man. We can understand that we have really a kind of minuscule status. Have I preserved the needed spirit of loving cooperation? Well, have we, under all circumstances? I can look back in this period of recrimination and say, I certainly recognize some moments when the needed spirit of loving cooperation was not primary as it should have been. Do I recognize truthfully my own and my co-disciples' limitations? I mean, without reacting to them. Because to recognize such limitations is to be able to do something real with the instrument rather than delude ourselves or feel so much self-pity that we become immobilized. So recognizing limitations, I certainly like to recognize the limitations of any particular universe and its universal logos. I know that's carrying things a bit far, but there are important limitations having to do with the extent, the expanse of the universe and just what any emanation can really do, especially when compared to its source, the universal logos. There are quite a few questions here, aren't there? Do I recognize truthfully yeah, that was it, I did that. Do I realize exactly where I stand? That's one of the ones that I find being violated all the time. The beginner is always consciously more conceited than the experienced disciple. So DK tells us. So do I realize exactly where I stand? That part about recognizing exactly where I stand, any of us, I think we would need the counsel of the master. But approximately, yes, we can. Whom I can help, and to whom I must look for example, because example is such a great help. It's not just what someone tells you to do, it's the example they set. And to whom does every one of us have someone like this? And to whom I must look for example and aid, yes, and understanding. Well, you know, maybe at first it's not only Master DK. There have been a lot of people representing points of view which we need. And who are those people? From whence comes sound advice? There's a lot of people willing to offer advice, but you can't necessarily depend upon it. where I stand. Remember, take the big context into consideration. Whom I can help. Now, the master knows better than to spend time or too much time with someone who can be helped by a much lesser initiate. It's just all part of the law of economy. And of course, you can look, for example, in some areas from someone, and then with regard to other areas from someone else. So what do you need? And who is doing what you need and can express to you what might be helpful. I guess I'm giving little pieces of history here, but I was born into a family with a father who could build anything. Furniture and other things that people needed. Very handy. And with an uncle who supervised all kinds of mechanical layout and with partners who were very good on the physical plane in terms of practical preparation of the physical plane. Did it rub off? Well, you know, I certainly could have learned something, which I know I didn't learn as I could have. Was I in a position to help them? Well, maybe yes, maybe no. But they were certainly in a position to help me, setting an example of constructive labor upon the physical plane. Probably in our lives, there's always someone that we could look to, sometimes for comfort and solace and understanding, and other times because they're doing something which we have to learn to do. Now that I'm the old guy on the block, I'm realizing what that opportunity really was and saying to myself, if it happens again, I'm going to really recognize it. One of the first lessons a disciple has to learn is to recognize what is occultly called hierarchical progression. This enables the disciple to place himself consciously at the point to which evolution and spiritual unfoldment have brought him, and therefore recognize those whom he can assist from the standpoint of his greater experience, and those to whom he must look for like aid. Rules of the road. Some move ahead. He follows after. Some move behind. He sets the pace. It's all a question of humility, which is an adjusted sense of right proportion. And combine that with the completed point of view and divine understanding, and you have the elements of harmlessness. So I've given you a few little examples from personal history, hopefully either helpful or amusing. Every one of these can be applied to every one of us. And the answers, of course, will be different. This is a moment of truth before the bar of my soul. Pass the bar, learn the law. And in that big movie house in the sky, like Kirk Douglas in the movie Illusion, all alone in the Akashic Record House movie theater, with the guys up in the booth taking out the big canisters in which his life and what was relative to his life is all on film, and he gets to see it alone and say, oh, no, or, oh, not bad. We are the judge of ourselves. I myself, says Omar Khayyam, and my own heaven or hell. We are the judge. And that doesn't mean, of course, that we're not evaluated by those who oversee our progress. But we have to, on this path of discipleship, be truly realistic. It helps us nothing to exaggerate or to minimize. We just have to learn to see as we would see if we were the soul, which we are, in a sense, the soul. Our point of view will change. So hierarchical progression is an important learning, and it's the great continuity of progression, some having progressed farther than others, but no jealousy is aroused, no belittlement, no self-depredation, beating up on yourself because you're so relatively worthless. I mean, that's a waste of time, isn't it? Don't want to waste your time because, as Master M says, to waste one's own time is suicide, a form of suicide. Then he gets a little more intense about it. To waste the time of another is murder. Whoa. There's nothing soft-spoken about that evaluation. So let's not live in a fool's paradise. The fool, having no real basis of knowledge, believes this and believes that, and simply accepts non-factually based suppositions, theories. We have it going on today. Many people acting foolishly, many people involved with conspiracy theories which don't hold a drop of water, as it were. But they have no idea of hierarchical progression. You live one life, this is it, grab all you can for you. But who is the you? This is why the ageless wisdom is so indispensable. There's millions walking around with no idea about who they really are. And the ageless wisdom can help immensely in restoring the sense of true identity. So, whom can I help? Whom can you help? And to whom do you look to be helped? And hopefully the choices are correct. Because, you know, if you are like Hercules in the third labor of Hercules, he chose Busiris, the false teacher, as his teacher. He looked to Busiris for help. And all that happened was he got chained to the altar of false worship until he woke up. So let's take it in and make the correct decisions. And like I say, it doesn't have to be one person or one individual for everything. Sometimes people who are not in a position to help you at all with, sorry, with certain things are in a very good position to help you with others. You have to be selective in whom you identify and whom you call in for what type of job. But DK says, look, this is a hard first lesson. And here's that, what I've been quoting. The neophyte is always more consciously conceited than is the experienced disciple. Well, they just see less. And because they see less of the grandeur of the whole, they look a lot bigger than they really are. When you start being inclusive, your personality shrinks until it is finally, as in Leo, the relinquished point. It's a vanishing point. The personality becomes, philosophically at least, a vanishing point. Instead of that, Master Mori being direct again, that great ball of fat, which is the maybe the average personality, very big, very ugly, and in the way. It was the need for the understanding of this fact of hierarchical progression which prompted me to choose the 6 stages of discipleship as our study theme. To be a disciple does not mean that all within the ashram are upon the same rung of the ladder of evolution. But I think I'll just accentuate this point from Master DK, why he chose for us to study the 6 stages of discipleship. Now, I don't know how other people, other masters would be so meticulous, as to identify with such an organized mind as Master DK has done. They would have their own way of presenting these facts. But he wanted us to get the sense that it's not, when you say all men are created equal, we don't mean that all have performed with equal success over the sequence of incarnations. To be a disciple does not mean that all within the ashram are upon the same rung of the ladder of evolution. Now, there can be that belittling, jealous factor, which would like to, as they say in Australia, to indulge in the tall poppy syndrome. If 1, 2 or more poppies are having their head above the others, you just whack off their heads. But that's not the truth of the matter. Aquarius does have an interesting mode connected with it, which I could call equalization, rather than seeing things as a miniature hierarchy, which we are induced to do in the beginning of Rule 10, raise and the initiations. Aquarius has that standardizing approach. And I think the Soviet Union got very involved in that standardization in the beginning. It's one thing to say from each according to his ability and to each according to his need. And it's another thing to say incorrectly that the proletariat, the worker in matter, considered as a general practical class of people is of the same caliber as the advanced intellectual spiritual disciple, yet all are needed, of course. But the leveling, what did they do it was Cambodia. Was it Cambodia? Where if a person's hands were hard, they weren't killed. If they were soft, indicating a more intellectual life, perhaps, then they were killed. Artificially making what takes more incarnations low, suppressing that, and artificially elevating what is more a foundational stage, perhaps requiring less incarnations. We can't manipulate the law. I mean, we try, but we can't manipulate the law in the sense that we force our desires and preferences upon it. So this hierarchical progression is something warranting careful consideration. We have to recognize that it's so important to be impersonal in this respect. Fundamentally, interiorly, we are all pure being. In terms of our extensions, we differ greatly. All monads may be created equal, but they don't perform with anything that could be called equal success. There's a freedom factor there that allows some of the very best performance and some very bad performance. I would remind you, he says, of the law which states that, quote, we grow through the medium of our recognitions. And they come upon us in surprising ways. The aha. It's a kind of the intuition knocking at the door. A recognition, when it is seen as an aspect or fractional part of a greater whole, not the whole thing, that would be a problem, is the seed of a major expansion of consciousness. A stabilized expansion of consciousness connotes initiation. This is an occult statement of major importance. Boy, they're landing like spiritual bombs here, My studies in the arcane school and in the material put out by that very worthy and original institution are seen right here in many of them in this section on discipleship. The 6 stages of. So first of all, a recognition, it's a progression, when seen wisely as an aspect or fractional part of the greater whole, is a seed of a major expansion of consciousness, and a stabilized expansion of consciousness connotes initiation, maybe the real initiation. This is an occult statement of major importance. And he asks us, please be aware of the progression possible and the progression through which you will pass, and where you presently stand in the midst of this progression. I don't think you can tell that from a horoscope. I think we could be born at any time, and a high soul would use the astrology to advantage. I mean, it can look like a terrible chart from the point of view of comfort and pleasantness, and yet be very advantageous otherwise. Or it can look just beautiful and harmonious and not lead to much accomplishment at all. So I'm one of those astrologers that tend to think, well, yes, there may be a few indications that might be able to tell you something about the individual if they were to really use such indications in a wise way. But those indications don't tell us whether they will be used in a wise manner, because it's the quality of the soul, of the egoic lotus, of the causal body, of the, at first, the consciousness upon the higher mental plane, which determines whether or not the implications will be used. I'm thinking about Madame Blavatsky's Jupiter-Uranus conjunction in Aquarius. Well, we know that Jupiter-Uranus is the signature of mastership. He talks about this page 71 of Esoteric Astrology. But we don't foolishly think that all of the many thousands that are born with that Jupiter-Uranus conjunction in Aquarius know what it's all about and can really do anything that a high soul would do if they are not a high soul. When it comes to Madame Blavatsky, she did do something which high souls do, and she founded the great Theosophical Society, giving great vision and transformation of life. One of the hallmarks of the beginning Aquarian age, I would say. And it is said somewhere in the letters of Madame Roerich that HPB made her way to the central stronghold, probably in the next incarnation, but that Jupiter-Uranus certainly helped her do it. She became, in fact, a master. And what we're looking for now, or we think we can find, a first-ray master whose incarnations were those of H.P. Blavatsky. So, don't take anything in a totally concrete manner. If there's a possibility for a wider, higher interpretation, or for taking the literalism of the concrete mind and expanding it into the appreciation of great thought offered in the triad. This is a great definition of initiation. But you can't take the recognition as if it is the whole thing. Now, if some ardent sixth-ray soul comes along and his watchword is Jesus saves, he's had the revelation, okay? And then he applies it to everybody and everything, and exclusively so. And his mind is on a single track without room for other truths and for elaborations about what that really means. What is it that saves? Who is it really that saves? What is salvation? Many questions to be asked by the more sophisticated mind. It is essential that disciples cultivate the attitude of spiritual recognition, and they will find their lives greatly enriched when they do. I mean, we have to know who we are dealing with. And maybe a little something of the status of those who surround us and with whom we work. In a practical sense, not a personal sense. Contact with disciples, initiates, and masters is ever evocative in the result. The power they normally and unconsciously wield has a dual effect. It draws out the best and evokes the worst, whilst presenting situations with which the disciple must deal. Have you experienced that? Maybe you have. Maybe when you got into a spiritually more charged atmosphere, you found yourself much enabled spiritually. And maybe you found a hidden reservoir of thought of a very unpleasant nature, hiding Pluto-like at the bottom of the aura. It can be very unpleasant experience. At the same time, there's a cleansing going on. And we know that Pluto is the healer with the power of the serpent and drags all things to the surface. So nothing is allowed to just remain down there in a poisonous kind of function. We can be poisoned by things about ourselves we don't know, which lie in hiding, and which subtly pervert what it is we would do. So be prepared for exhilaration and recrimination. It is a thorny path, and this path of discipleship, and many of the thorns have to do with residual, unredeemed tendencies. I think we all have them, and take a look at the rich young man. He observed the law in all things. He was a man of great accomplishment. He was good. He was an initiate of the third degree. Then what is it that made him reject what the Christ said and go sadly away? He could not, he would not sell his possessions and give the money to the poor. I mean, a very symbolic act. He would not, could not. Later, I'm sure he did, because an original failure sets you up for a future success as you begin to recognize what it was that prevented the success in the first place. Every disciple is a focal point of power to some degree. The more advanced the disciple, the greater the force or energy which will radiate from him. I remember Tuya and I were in Tallinn, probably have told this story. And it was Dalai Lama Day, you know, we were going to, all of us who had traveled from afar, were going to see the Dalai Lama and hear him speak. And, you know, I swear, as he approached the place of meeting, you could feel his vibration minutes away. I don't know when it began, but you could feel the aura. You could feel the quality. It was power, and it was illumination. It was spiritually exhilarating. The more advanced the disciple, the greater the force or energy which will radiate from him. Speaking of what radiated from him, it was a great day. And there were some issues about whether the dignitaries would come out to meet him, and someone tried to bait the Dalai Lama getting some kind of revenge or irritation out of him, and they said, what would you do if our president finally said he would come out and meet you, which he's not doing now? What would you do? And oh gosh. And the Dalai Lama said, well, I would say hello. That completely disarmed everything. The kind of antagonistic intent that was being set up by the questioner. But then the Dalai Lama, a great soul, is very skilled with his obvious fourth ray somewhere at bringing harmony to situations. The more advanced the disciple, the greater the force or energy which will radiate from him. This necessarily presents situations which the lesser disciple has to handle. It evokes, meaning things could get out of control because of what is evoked by the presence. Of the more advanced disciple. The true disciple never does this with intention. Okay, now I'm going to invoke or evoke some unpleasant reaction in you. Watch me do this. No, not that. The theory so prevalent among occult groups that the leader or some senior working disciple must stage situations in order to develop the student is contrary to occult law. So there have been a lot of wrong notions surrounding these things. The moment, however, you step into the range of the radiation of a master or any disciple senior to you, then things are bound to happen in your life. I remember the Dalai Lama smiled much, and I wondered for a few days, what's it like to smile much? I tried it. And of course, I realized that the smile came from within and could be no imposition from the intention just to smile. It wasn't authentic. It wasn't sincere. It was not deeply integrated into one's being. So learning the difference between interior and exterior, between esoteric and exoteric, we learn that. So if we are trying to evoke the disciple, we cannot do that in some deliberate way, which makes us entirely responsible for the evocation. I guess the master will know how to work with the soul to accomplish such things, but we have to be careful, because things are bound to happen in your life. The radiation is effective when rightly received, registered, and consciously used to bring about the sensed and needed changes. Rightly received, rightly registered, and the consciousness rightly used. Eventually, when the disciple's vibration is constant, which it still rarely is, and responsive to the higher one, that of the teacher or higher point of tension, the two can then be synchronized. It is this synchronization which characterizes all grades of initiates, and which indicates to an initiate of higher degree that an initiate or disciple of lower grade can be admitted to the higher ranks. And then again, one of our bombshell spiritual statements over which we could long ponder. Let me do it this way. Synchronization is the key to initiation. Well, something will happen. And so let's look at this. Eventually, when the disciple's vibration is constant and responsive to the higher one, the two can be brought into sync. And it is this synchronization which characterizes all grades of initiates. I mean, even in the blending of the lights, the 7th stage, it is a kind of synchronization, and which indicates to the initiate of higher degree that the lower can be admitted into the higher ranks. So in the case, let's say, of Master DK, he's going to look for people whose aspiration, whose thought, whose physical plane life is synchronous with what he is trying to impart. Wouldn't it be a waste of time to take in those who were not especially interested in persisting in the type of achievements that the master seeks to see achieved. So the master must evaluate. And that's, it's so good. I mean, one, how do you call it? Display of fireworks after another in these great synthetic sentences. Synchronization, among other things, because we've had them mentioned, is the key to initiation, including that, stabilized expansion of consciousness, revelation leading to an expansion of consciousness and a stabilized expansion of consciousness uh, leading to initiation. Some teachers don't even like the word initiation particularly. I think in the Agni Yoga books, or is it in the letters of Madame Roerich, the term is kind of eschewed, something else is used. Well, that's up to the teacher. But DK explains what initiation is so coherently that we know that his explanations are of great value. So if you're an accepted disciple, something in you, would it be your soul ray, your monadic ray, what is it, has synchronized even a little bit. It's on the same wavelength, so to speak, as what the master is trying to impart. He recognizes this. He evaluates through his prophetic vision your fitness for being drawn closer. Always it's a question of, can we be drawn really closer to our own profit, and especially to the profit of the group into which we are drawn? Imagine Master DK seeing all the gifts of the people that he drew towards him, but at the same time recognizing that there were so many human foibles which were preventing those gifts from being expressed on behalf of the group. So something's going to arise here. The greater will ever evoke the lesser. And the evocation will not always be hearts and flowers and of the purest kind. No, a lot of dredge, we might say, is dredged up through that evocation. We have to know what's happening to us. We have to know. This whole thing about evocation is one of the laws or inevitable happenings upon the path. What can you do? It's going to happen. And that's why the path is the thorny path of occultism, because many of these evocations to the aspiring disciple are like thorns, the thorns of recrimination. But we live through it, and we go on, we progress, and we clean house, and we bring peace, and we share resources. See, all these things are things that have to be done in society before the Christ can reappear, but they're also done within the economy of a group or within the economy and energy flows of the individual disciple. He cleans house. He restores a measure of peace. And he learns how to share energy properly in his chakra system, found on not just etherically, but astrally and mentally and so forth. There's so much to being a useful disciple. Master DK is a master, and he knows he's written voluminously, not half so voluminously as he could write, but he has to be practical. What can the disciples of the world really absorb? If he overwhelms, then he defeats his purpose, and many people anyway feel overwhelmed, but from a certain perspective, the disciple is never given more than he can really handle. And the teachings of Master DK are not more than we can really handle. And the events and happenings in our microcosmic life that are drawn forth, good drawing evil to the surface in time and space, are not more than we can handle. We just have to have the faith in that. And with 4 years left, even a tiny bit less, before the great conclave of 2025 is called together, it had better be one of the very intense times of handling what must be handled. It's just a question, friends, of recognizing the unique opportunity. If you're living before one of those great conclaves, it's a special time. And there will be events occurring in relation to the conclave which have world meaning and which offer world opportunity, and which are, by the way, offering opportunity to you as well. So, meditate, study, serve, all in as much due proportion as may be possible to you. We can't do everything. We cannot succeed in everything. We cannot master everything Master DK has given. But we can make our mark. And that's not an idly chosen statement. It's Masonic statement, and it has to do with finally becoming the true initiate, more capable than we have been when simply an accepted disciple or even Chela on the thread. We become more capable. And I think there's a lot of joy in that sense of enhanced capability. It's Master Moria who is always repeating, if we could really grasp it, that it is a joy to do the Master's work. That's the sentence. It is a joy to do the Master's work, but meanwhile, burden me still more as I enter the beautiful garden. And of course, the road winds uphill all the way. So nothing's going to get really easier. But even with increasing difficulties coming upon us, the joy is there too. As DK sometimes dryly says, I have to paraphrase here, that the path of discipleship is demanding, but it has its compensations. Well, friends, I didn't realize it, but we went all the way to part 7, which offers us the Chela on the thread. And we would begin on page 741, and it looks like it's about a 8-page section. You have to admit that every one of these sections is a little jewel. (741). And today is June 14th. Everyone is, I mean, Master DK is a great writer, and thank goodness for Alice Bailey. Thank goodness for her really heroic obedience to the necessary task, even when it caused her so much suffering along the way. I was a friend with the last living disciple in the group, and some people think very highly of her and others not. Doesn't make any difference. But she said to my friend and to me once, speaking about enemies on the inner side, they said of Alice Bailey, oh, they really knocked her around, meaning that she was under attack. I mean, think about Mr. Hitler, who wasn't very happy with her. And I don't know if she was on his to be eliminated list, but the forces behind Hitler, we all know what they were. And maybe he was the most dangerous channel of all. He surrounded himself with others who were equally, what's the word I'm reprehensible. That's the word I'm looking for. We're almost equally reprehensible. DK said that the main power of the Black Lodge was coming through Hitler and one other. I used to think it was Heinrich Himmler, but no, I've changed my mind on that. I think it was Joseph Goebbels, the propaganda minister, telling the big lie, which of course is now adopted by others who have learned from him. Tell it big, tell it often, and it will be believed. So the Black Lodge was definitely behind that group, and a group which somehow contacted the Shambhala force without the ameliorant of love. They ignored the Christ, or they tried to turn him into some kind of Teutonic Superman. No man cometh to the Father except through me, he said. Now, that's a profoundly occult statement, but they didn't take it that way, and they didn't pay attention to it. They were going to take Shambhala by storm. The triumph of the will was to be their goal, and love was considered weakness. I mean, the things that these SS trainees in that cult run by Himmler, the things they had to do to prove that they were willful were just horrific. And I'm not going to describe some of them, but they were completely devoid of mercy. Well, we have a long program here, and we did get so far as to actually complete this section on accepted discipleship. And of course, there's more in the beginning of the book too. And a group of people is working very hard on getting the correct identification of who these disciples were in the world and what their horoscopes were, with some degree of accuracy. They're a good, solid research group, and we will owe, and maybe already owe, much to their discoveries and evaluations. Lots to assimilate, friends, and to assimilate and apply. It's not a once read through. As you know, I've got all this in written commentary form on Makara also. But it's not just read it through, oh yeah, I read it. Oh yeah, I'm familiar. I mean, people don't appreciate so superficial is their thinking, what is really being held before their eyes. Their attitude is often what Master Mori would call light-mindedness, which doesn't mean they want to fill their mind with light. It means they just don't have gravitas. They don't understand what is essential. But it's up to people like you and me to help them. It's really us in another form, but to help them make the transition so that at least the fundamentals of the ageless wisdom can be instilled in the hearts and minds of people who are following outmoded and obstructive ways of thinking. It's going to be sacrificial to do that. John the Baptist did it. He didn't have too good a time. And every one of those apostles that DK sent forth into the world to spread the good news, well, almost every one met with affliction. Christ told them, they will persecute you for my sake. I think it is, though, John who survived all that, and with whom Paul, the initiate Paul, being substituted now for Judas Iscariot, to whom the initiate Paul dictated the book of Revelation with all of the Kabbalistic imagery and so forth. So, you know, it's a dangerous business if one is considering alone the welfare of the personality, either in terms of health or simply in terms of survival. Every bit that we have is going to be called for. Like one of my friends used to say, hey, just like squeezing juice out of a turnip. That's how much, you know, turnips are not exactly juicy, right? But so much will be the pressure that one can get every last little drop out of that turnip. I'm thinking, you know, I have a lot of aspirations with regard to doing these video commentaries. The aspirations are unrealistic compared to the time remaining. I'm trying to think of what would be of greatest value to the work and what I could offer of greatest value to the group. I'm just not sure yet. I suspect work in the field of psychology. Already, there are video commentaries on sections of the psychology books, especially Esoteric Psychology Volume 2. Astrology is completely commented upon, and I suppose many are the errors, but at least we will think in terms of the value of the new esoteric astrology. I'm not qualified to do that with the esoteric healing book, although quotes here and there are illuminative and have been used, but I think that has to be left to, well, so far I think so, to someone whose line is particularly the healing line. Now, when it comes to psychological and mental healing, I feel far more qualified than when it comes to physical healing. So I'll just have to see, but that's a big book, and so much of value has already been written on it. But what I try to do, and you know, I try, is to treat the entire teaching as one great sphere of knowledge, and to go here or go there according to the association, and not worrying so much about presenting only this particular subject alone. I try to bring all the subjects into the mix. When it comes to the rays and the initiations, half the book has been done in meticulous commentary of a written kind, and half the book in video commentary, realizing, of course, that time runs out and you can't cover everything. So what will be the next step, provided there is a next step? You never know. I think something about psychology is needed. At every conference recently, I've offered an analysis of the names of the Ray Lords, and that whole section in there, which actually is part of a musical piece that I've written, and I think it's called the Ray Lords Ritual. So there's a lot of material from that section of Esoteric Psychology 1. Might be good to really discuss that. Psychology has come a long way since the days of Master DK, but he certainly gave the indications about what we could do with it, how we could present it so that it becomes the great and coming science with its sections, esoteric astrology, rayology, and if I can call it that, chakrology, the science of the centers. It's going to be very important. And certain countries with a second ray soul will be in the forefront of leading that development, even though strangely enough, the fifth ray is involved with esoteric psychology. I suppose there's a therapeutic way of dealing with it, and there's also a investigative, scientific way of dealing with it. Hence rays 2 and 5, and not to forget ray 4, because in the United States, a certain master, who is sometimes called Master P, could mean Polydorus, or it could mean Apollodorus, because DK says that the name is not entirely accurate. So just add an A and you've got it, I think. He's a fourth ray master and particularly interested in the development of esoteric psychology. And he lives undisclosed in the United States. Well, all of this is the business of the masters, how they handle their supervision and their invocation and evocation of the results that are part of the divine plan. We have a lot to take care of just with making ourselves relatively fit to participate in this externalization. But we can be sure that the next few hundred years will deal very much with the reappearance of the Christ and the externalization of the hierarchy, with the externalization of the part of hierarchy which is externalizing coming first before the reappearance of the Christ can occur. So, I'm thinking about Master Mori again, and he seems to promise us something strange. He promises us endless labor. I don't know if he said the joy of endless labor, but if you look up in the Agni Yoga books and gleanings from books, you're going to find the term endless labor. And that's what he offers. Well, in a way, it's true, because if you're living in a system with no identifiable beginning and no identifiable end, in other words, beginninglessness, endlessness, it's endless labor. Even if the labor for a particular solar system, or, well, actually I meant universe, the labor for a particular universe ends with a great Mahapralaya. That ends, but it's part of an infinite sequence. And so on it goes. I'd like to think that maybe he did say, and I don't remember now, the joy of endless labor. And also that labor itself is a change of work or a change of activity. Or maybe did he say it was rest is a change of labor? We have to learn how to use variety to keep us fresh, because this is a subject which deserves all the freshness and exhilaration that we can bring to it. And every disciple, initiate, will have to find his own way to keep things really fresh, exhilarating, inspiring, evocative. So a great responsibility is ours, friends. And the more so once we become accepted disciples, and the more so with every step along the way, on the thread, in the aura, in the heart, and the blending of the lights. Well, we'll be continuing with that. We still have quite a few pages to go. And we have 3 stages about which he has said some significant things, even if in the very end, about the seventh stage or blending of the lights. Basically, we're talking about the making of a master. And remember that quotation about synchronization and initiation. But he didn't say too much about the seventh stage. Well, by the time we finish, we should have had an experience of knowing what we're engaged in, what we've been through, what lies ahead, inevitably, how best to facilitate entry into what lies ahead. Okay, well, it's a long program, but I'll get it ready for you. And with the help of our team, we'll get it up on Makara, and we will put it on YouTube, and we will move forward. So, with love and many blessings from Tuya and myself, and from the whole communications team, I'll sign off on this one and see when to sign on the on the next one. Chela on the thread. Okay, friends. Bye-bye for now.